that Carby has no brain cells. I love them immediately. Ugh. Also, Kitsune's resubscribed for the 31st month. Thank you. Very appreciated. Sasha is... Oh, here she comes. She heard my voice. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Meh. Are you gonna come up here early today? Meh. Start the stream off right with baby hour. I love that your phone auto-corrected Kitsune to Justine for some reason. If you just no-scoped Kitsune's in real life name, your phone is a wizard. Are you actually gonna lay down? Or are you just gonna sit here and grumble? No? Okay. That was a very brief baby hour, Sasha. Did you just, like, want to come make sure we were live? She has left. Okay. Sure. She'll probably be back. But hi, good morning. For those of you that may not know me, I am SJ. That was Sasha. She'll probably be back. But yeah, I'm here to sew hexagons and be asleep. Yeah, she wanted to say hello to all of her subjects. That is all of you and also me. She'll probably come back as soon as I'm like, oh, you know, halfway through a seam and can't easily put a needle down. So as has been happening, we'll start off with hexagons, and there will be a D&D recap at around 11, top of the hour. Yesterday was a session. It sure was a session. But yeah, we'll get there. About 50 minutes. We'll start the D&D recap as usual. Oh, I need a needle. I need to thread the needle. Hello, Theo. How are you? Have you never been fed in your entire life? I said hello, Theo, and Sasha just quacked out in the hallway. You can come back. You can come back and say hi to Theo yourself if you want. That is an 11 on the die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. Morning, Yelk. Morning, Kite. Ooh. Theo could be the town crier. Or Theo could be... I want to say the court jester, but like with more... like more importance and responsibility. Is that like the vizier, but like not like an evil vizier. He is smart for an orange cat. Maybe he is the vizier then. He's like the one that sits beside Sasha and makes suggestions. Whether they're good or not, who knows? Oh no, you sent that to the chat without the underscore? Who knows who that person is? Sir Theopodopoulos. Yes. His official gentlemanly title. My liege, it is in your best interest to attack the printer. Put your paw right up in it. This is the way. The way to what, they're not sure, but it is the way. We don't actually have a printer at home. I don't know how Sasha would react to one. The underscore less patch witch is an NB Soul streamer. Oh, excellent. Good for them. I don't remember if... because I've always intended my username to have the underscore. I don't know if I looked up the underscoreless one when I joined Twitch and whether or not they were already part of Twitch. But good for them. They can have my share of Souls games as well, because I don't typically play that kind of game. Or enjoy playing that kind of game. I like watching people play that kind of game, but it's not the sort of thing that I pick up myself usually. I don't usually go in for like deliberately high difficulty games. What? She's sitting out in the hallway and quacking. You can come in. The door is wide open. What if there was a Kirby Souls game? Could we make Kara play it? Yes. Most likely, yes. She would at least give it a try. Whether or not she'd be able to stick with it long enough to like actually beat it or not is anybody's guess. I don't know that she's ever actually tried to play a Souls-like, but she'd at least give it a try for sure. Did she ever finish I Am Setsuna? Not to my knowledge, no. What stats would a Kirby Souls game have? Oh god, would a Kirby Souls game have an actual hunger meter? Would that be it? Would there be like an actual hunger mechanic? Because usually in a Kirby game you can eat things, but they just restore health. There's not like a hunger meter that goes down. You should poke her to finish it. I know she was enjoying it. I think she just got distracted by other things. By all means, poke her into finishing it. Hey Dobby, good morning. Or good afternoon. Good day to you, sir. Good time zone. So here's all this week's hexagons. Got a neat little color mix there. It sure has been a day. Oh no. Well, I hope you have a peaceful evening and a good sleep and that tomorrow will be better. Oh, it's been decent? Okay, that's good. Usually when someone says it sure has been a day in text like that, it's just been a day. Fair enough. Sometimes the days do just be coming. Ooh, working on Kara's commission. Excellent, excellent. Woke up at 6 a.m. intentional. Ooh, yeah, that would make for a long day. Fair. Food would be the level up currency. But that means Kirby would have to let go of the food. Or is it that he's collecting the food and then to level up he eats it? I feel like that would make sense. Oh, you don't have to, Dobby. No worries at all. Alright, sure. That's shuffled. Okay. Now then. Don't know why, but super anxious for the upcoming week. I'm sorry to hear that, Kits. It's probably the weather. It is December. We got our first snowfall yesterday. Which, I know, not that impressive. Other places have been getting snow for like a couple weeks, but still. It's the first snow I've seen this season. Ah. Ooh, going to watch Arcane. Excellent. Enjoy it. I quite liked the second season without spoiling anything. I quite liked it. I found that the animation was absolutely gorgeous. Like, the animation really stepped up this season. It's so pretty. It's a good time. I really enjoyed it. There's a part in one of the Full Metal Alchemist anime series where the main character is swallowed by gluttony and it takes them to a horrific pocket dimension of digestion. And I choose to believe Kirby works the same way. I mean, I could see that, especially in a Souls-like Kirby game. Have long and complex thoughts about Arcane Season 2, which starts with multiple paragraphs about the structure of each episode and makes an argument it is actually a musical. And all other thoughts are spoilers. Yup, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, all other thoughts are spoilers. Honestly, for me, it's the animation that stands out, particularly. Kite, you'll probably know exactly what I mean. There's one particular scene sequence in the last episode that's just gorgeously animated. It's so pretty. I want to go back and just watch that scene. But yeah, it's a fun time. There we go. No, in the fabric, please. In the fabric. There we go. I could be referring to multiple for multiple reasons. Okay, fair enough. The one with Jace in it. That's not really a spoiler. The one that's got Jace in it. Not sure if we'll get through all 9 eps. Yes, it is a lot. I'm trying to think where a good break point. There's a couple places where there would be an okay break. Because we actually watched it in 2 parts as well. We started watching it on Saturday night and had to finish it on Sunday. Yeah, the acts would be decent breaks, 3 and 6. I think we broke at episode 7. And that was okay. Breaking at episode 6 or episode 7 would work alright. Well, hello. Yes, I was right. As soon as I had a needle in my hand. Come on. Are you gonna stay for a bit this time? What? Yelling. Yelling. You gonna actually lay down? Or are you just here for some scritches? That's the cord for the camera. Ma'am. Ma'am. Kitsune says hello. Yes, Kitsune says hello. Are you actually going to settle down? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yes, hello. How are you today? You slept with me for most of last night, didn't you? Yes, you did. Curled up right underneath my knees. You're right behind my knees. Who's a little kitty? It's you. You're a little kitty. Did not sleep last night due to positive reasons, but I think now it is nap time. That seems like an excellent reason to nap, yes. Enjoy naps. Sunday naps are best naps. Yes, isn't that right, Sasha? What? Are you itchy? What's with the ear shaking? Was that helpful? Probably not. Oh. Ma'am, you know she's just gonna go to the bathroom and go back to bed. Jade's door opened. Therefore, I must go see what Mother is doing. She'll be back. Probably. Ma'am, why are you going into the closet? We don't go into the closet in this house. There's nothing for you in there. Ma'am. Ma'am. Sasha, I swear to God. There you are. Come on. Why are you being such a squirrel today? That's a piece of paper. What are you chewing on? That's a zipper. Come here. Come on. Meow. Yes. What's gotten into you today? Ma'am. What's up? Yes, what's up today? Are you all settled now? Are you all settled? At least for now? Uh-huh. Yes, are you settled for now? Finally settled now. Well, I'm glad I was correct in labeling this a Sasha baby stream. It would be terrible of you to disappoint us. Aw, Theo. Lap cats, lap cats. Oh, baby. Just round little balls. Round little balls of cat. Oh. We've achieved upside down. Sasha so soon? I know. She just came in and jumped up immediately. She also slept curled up with me last night, so she must just in general be feeling really cuddly. Uh-huh. Hi. Oh, big sigh. And there will be a D&D recap at the top of the hour, so if you need to grab food or refill a drink or something before that, please do so. Sasha, you're so warm. You're so warm. Christmas decorations are going up, and so begins 37 days of Kitsune going, oh, it's Christmas, approximately once a day. Fair enough. I mean, it is December. Today is indeed December 1st. The Yu-Gi-Oh anime now has its own Twitch channel. Excellent. Nostalgic. Love that for us. I mean, the Pokemon anime also has its own Twitch channel. No points for guessing who follows that one. Is it Randa's? Oh, possibly. Also Kara. Oh, we're just talking about animes that have their own Twitch channels, which apparently Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon both do. So I was saying no points for guessing who follows the Pokemon one. It's Kara. G-Witch is available on YouTube for free. I did know that, actually. Kara and I still need to finish that. We haven't seen season 2 yet. We have been meaning to. We just haven't had the time to sit down and devote to it. Gundam Witch from Mercury, which is very good if you have not seen it. I would argue that even if you're not typically into mecha series or Gundam series, Witch from Mercury is very good and worth a watch, because it mixes in a lot of tropes from other anime. And it's a very good entry point if you're a fan of anime but haven't necessarily ever watched Gundam. Witch from Mercury is a good one to start with. At least in my opinion, but I would not consider myself a hardcore Gundam person. I have watched more than one Gundam series, but it's not like I've watched all of them. I have not. The other is the new small series on Netflix, You Have Opinions. I haven't watched that one yet either. I think it's on my list. But again, what is time to sit down and watch things? The only like really timely things that we've had the time to sit down and watch has been Delicious in Dungeon and now Arcane. Everything else, and the Ranma 1/2 remake. We've been watching that. Otherwise, everything just kind of keeps getting shoved onto our we'll watch this later list. Because mostly in the evenings we'll come home, make dinner, and then we'll sit down and watch Playframe's video for the day. We've been very, very interested in Dan's Another Crab's Treasure playthrough, so that's kind of been the thing that we've been keeping up on lately, as opposed to like commercial network television. Oh, a sigh. Can someone make you another cup of coffee? You are being used as a pillow. I have not, in fact, even made myself a cup of coffee yet. I have a cup of tea. Because Kara is at work and I'm bad at coffee. Or, I guess that's a lie. I'm lazy about coffee. So I usually make myself a cup of tea on Sunday mornings. No, it's tea. It's tea. It's hot. You don't want it. Or maybe you do want it. Kara's off at 1. So 2 hours. She's working 9 to 1 today. Yes, hello. How are you? Meh? What? 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 Are we going to settle back down? Mer? What? Sashi, you have an admirer. Theo says hello. What? Oh my god, what do you want? What? You just want more scritches? Or is it that you want scritches in a certain specific spot that you are failing to communicate? There we go. Ow. No biting. No biting. That's rude. What? Don't you airplane ears at me. What? Morning, Reverb. I am attempting to figure out what the hell Sasha wants before I start D&D recap. What? 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 Yes? Do you just want to be included? Ma'am! What is going on with you this morning? You're gonna roll right off my lap and I'm gonna laugh at you. Uh-huh. No, please remove your claw from the blanket. There we go. Stop biting. What? Why biting? What? I mean, she has had a history of ear mites, but we usually keep a close watch. Like, I think Kara just cleaned out her ears last week. Meow. Meow. Are you just being a brat for no reason? What? What? Uh-huh. I mean, it's entirely conceivable that yes, she has itchy ears. But I can't do much about that at the moment, unfortunately. Are we going to settle? No. No, we're not. Yeah? Yeah. Ow! Ow. Ma'am. Hey. Hey. If you're gonna be naughty and bite, I'm gonna throw you off my lap. Are we done? Yeah, she's definitely acting like she wants scritches, and then I try to scritch her and she bites. Extremely rude of you, Sasha. Did she draw blood anywhere? Nah, that'll bruise. That's fine. Do I have your leave to start the D&D recap now? Do I have your permission? Can I start the recap now? Okay. The thing about yesterday's session is I know we got distracted, but it's still unclear how so little happened in 4 hours. I mean, we'll get there, but we did a big yawn. We did an entire combat. So, yes. So yesterday, at the start of the session, we got distracted and off topic for a mere 45 minutes. Discussing Thanksgivings and other various things. It's fine. That's pretty good. It's fine. It's just the bi-weekly social catch-up hour. So when we had left off the previous session, we had closed ourselves into a small storeroom that we found in order to take a short rest. So we took our short rest, and then once we had sort of gathered ourselves up, LaShawn took the short rest to change into the plate mail armor that we found. So he loses access to one of his runes but gains a slightly higher AC to compensate. Yes, this is the first post-Desert Bus session. Because we voted to take the day after Desert Bus off. Ma'am. What are you doing? Besides being a squirrel. causing issues. Yes, that is an accurate statement. So LaShawn changed into the new armor that we found. And then we made our way outside the storeroom. And so the way that it was set up is we had been coming down this sort of long hallway and had turned off of it to go into the storeroom. So now we come out of the storeroom and are continuing our way south. As we head south, we come to like a T-junction, and to the east, it sort of cuts off into a dead end where looks like the wall is collapsed, and to the west, it continues on. So we come to this T-junction, and a couple things happen in succession. One of which is Glint, who is kind of trailing along at the back of the party with Gundred, as she tends to do. Glint just kind of stops in her tracks, like just kind of stops dead, freezes in place. Doesn't like collapse or anything, but just like stops dead still. Come on. Phalar, who was just in front of her, happened to notice the sudden lack of like jingling and absent humming that usually comes from Glint. So he turns around and he sees Glint, standing in the middle of the corridor, eyes wide open and just glowing a vibrant purple. And Phalar rightly goes, okay, this is potentially a problem. Sasha, do I need to kick you out? What are you doing? Ma'am, why are you causing problems? All right. Do I need to kick you out? I don't know what you want. No, I don't know what you want. Do you want playtime? Hmm? But yes, so Glint's eyes are glowing just this bright, vibrant purple, which, may or may not have been associated in the past with her patron. So Phalar goes over to her to kind of get a closer look about, oh no, what's going on with Glint now? And can kind of hear Glint muttering to herself. Just kind of like, no, Belle, what? No, slow down. What? So Phalar kind of calls out to the rest of the party to, hey, hang on, don't get too far ahead. Something weird is going on with Glint. So Bram also, of course, comes to the back to be like, oh no, what is Glint doing now? What has the cat done now? Terms and conditions have been applied. I mean, you're not wrong. So after, 30 seconds, a minute, Glint blinks and her eyes go back to normal. She completely, snaps out of whatever had happened. And just kind of goes, Belle, what was that? And the rest of the party is rightfully a bit confused. Like, Glint, what happened? And she's like, I don't know. Belle wanted to talk and then was talking very, very fast. And said something about teleporting? I don't know. I guess we'll find out what she did. And I believe T. Garn was like, wait, what's a Belle? Because he had never heard that name before. And Glint goes, oh, Belle is my fairy dragon patron. Because, of course, Glint is a warlock. And T. Garn just kind of goes, oh, great, more dragons. Fantastic. So yeah, above table, what has happened is that Glint has now been updated to the 2024 Dungeons and Dragons rule set for Warlock. She now has some nifty new abilities. She has lost access to some of her other abilities. Chief of which is she now no longer has automatic detect magic. So she, as she's blinking in game, she suddenly notices that people's magic items aren't glowing anymore. And she's somewhat miffed about that. But there isn't a lot she can do about that at the moment. While all of this is carrying on, Landon noticed that down to so there was that T-junction, and down to the east, where it looked like the hallway had crumbled and collapsed into a dead end, Landon noticed that there was a chest sitting there with like a symbol carved into it. A symbol that Landon had seen before. So he goes over to investigate it, curiously. It's a symbol that was on a previous magic book that he had found. Not actually a mimic. Now that you mention that, I have concerns that didn't even occur to Landon, but it's probably because he recognized the symbol. So he reaches out to touch the chest, and when he does, it just kind of crumbles and collapses and falls apart. Kuma's resubscribed for the 15th month. Thank you. Saying Sasha. She is indeed. She is very much that emote today. She's been very grumpy today, and I don't know why. But yeah, so Landon touches this chest, and it just collapses. But as it falls apart, he notices that inside is a wand. And it's a really interesting wand of a kind that he's never seen before, where it looks like it's like dark wood and light wood that have been kind of like twisted together. Okay, it fell apart when he tried to pick it up. It couldn't support its own weight. Fair enough. But yeah, inside he finds this very interesting twisted up wand. So he picks it up and pockets it and figures he'll have time later to identify it. So that's interesting. And I believe, Reverb might have to correct me, but I believe the symbol that was on the chest is the same symbol that Landon has been using as his holy symbol. As sort of the symbol of the unknown god. More or less. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. I thought I had heard you mention that. So, with those all taken care of, we continue down the corridor heading to the west. Lash is in the lead with Bram and Landon right behind him. And as we come to a cross junction, there's another corridor that continues to the south, and it continues on to the west with another couple branches coming off of it further to the west. And then to the north, there's a little, not even a hallway, just maybe 10 feet of almost an entryway, and then a door that's closed. So we all kind of gather in this little cross hallway, and Lash kind of confers with everybody else and is like, I don't... And Landon, in his scouting, had seen that this was around where he had last seen the tiefling that we recognized as being the one that originally had the glass dagger. We had encountered her and her lover in the Red Band's hideout. She had the glass dagger and he had the glass axe. I believe. No. I don't remember. Did Curly have a glass weapon? Yeah, he didn't have anything. It was just that he was the tiefling's lover. That's right. But she had the glass dagger. And we had killed them both, and both of their bodies had disappeared in the Red Band's hideout. So in the scouting of this place, Landon had seen the tiefling again. And so we knew, and in this area of the dungeon. So we knew that she was probably lurking somewhere. And from our previous encounter, we knew that she was a rogue. She probably has access to sneak attack, that kind of thing. So knowing all of that, Bram was like, I don't really want to like go down one of these other corridors and leave this closed door at our back without knowing what's inside. That seems like a bad idea. And the others agreed. And Lash was like, well, considering like the corridor that we came down and the way that these other corridors are set up, this room can't be very large. Okay, Dobby, have a good evening. Enjoy Arcane. It is I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, have a good time hanging out. So yeah, Lash determines that this room probably can't be too big. So we all kind of agree, okay, we should open this door, we should figure out what's in this room, clear it, and then we'll kind of continue down the other corridors to explore. So we have a little bit of a debate of, okay, we know that there's a rogue with sneak attack around. We don't necessarily, like, the idea is, like, it's entirely possible if we open this door, we're just immediately going to get stabbed from the other side, right? Like, that's not ideal. We don't want that to happen. So we kind of debate for a little bit about, okay, do we use the wand that can detect traps and secrets to try to see if the door is trapped? How do we want to try to open the door? So Landon uses Mage Hand to try to Mage Hand the door open. And Glint casts Silent Image to Silent Image an illusion of herself, of Glint, standing like right in front of the door to open it, so that in case there is anyone lurking in ambush on the other side, they would blow their sneak attack, hopefully, on the Silent Image, not on any of us, since we're all going to be standing about 10 feet back, as, Landon uses Mage Hand. So that's the plan. We all kind of like array ourselves in the side hallways, peeking around the corners. We have a brief debate on if our party was the Scooby-Doo gang, which of us would be which Scooby-Doo character. I'm not sure how to feel about the immediate assumption that Bram is Fred. I mean, it's not wrong, but I don't know how to feel about that. It was determined that Glint is probably Scooby on account of she's furry and afraid of ghosts. Light, when they get back, is definitely Scrappy Doo on account of being courageous and willing to yeet themselves into danger at the least provocation. I believe Phalar is Velma on account of being the one with the brain cell. Inferred Glint as Scooby as Bram's primary sidekick. See, there was a brief argument made that Bram would be Shaggy because of that, but otherwise it doesn't fit. Bram is definitely Fred. It was determined that Landon is probably Shaggy for unknown reasons. Probably just process of elimination. And that Lash is Daphne on account of being the pretty one. Oh yeah, Landon was the van on account of getting us from place to place, I think. But yes, that side tangent only took about 15 minutes. It's fine. So we all kind of arrayed ourselves in the side hallways to peek around the corner at this door that we're going to open using Mage Hand. Landon sends his Mage Hand forward to try the door handle, and the door handle doesn't budge, or at least the Mage Hand, like the Mage Hand goes up and grabs the handle and then doesn't rotate. So it's unclear whether it's locked, or what's going on with it. So the Next option is Landon uses telekinesis to try to shove the door. So, activates telekinesis, tries to shove on the door, and rolls extremely high. I believe it was a 28 that he rolled. So as he uses telekinesis to kind of push on this door, there's like this cracking sound, and the door just flies off its hinges and just like collapses inwards. With the very amusing Glint's silent image just very daintily pushing the door open, and then it just, collapses inward. Just the kind of, oopsie, did I do that sort of thing. Bram and Lash are in a position to see that inside the room, there's along the, they're off to one side, so they can see through the door at an angle and see like a portion of the other wall that's inside the room. And they can see a couple beds, and they immediately see a couple people like, oh shit, like scramble up and try to grab for weapons. And so we roll initiative. Initiative is rolled. Bram uses his nifty ability to switch places with T-Garn to get to go first. So Bram moves up to beside the doorway. He's wary of charging into the room when he doesn't know the rest of the layout of the room. He can see two people, but he has no idea if there's perhaps more people in there that he can't see on the other side of the room. So he's wary of like charging completely in. So he moves up to beside the doorway. And as he moves up, he gets a better look at the two people he can see. And he realizes that, yeah, I know both of these people. This is the tiefling and the human barbarian that we met at the Red Brand's hideout and killed and had their bodies disappear on us. It is definitely these two. And further notes, since this was a while ago, the tiefling only has one horn because she had given her other horn on like a necklace cord to her boyfriend there as like a token of love bonding kind of thing. After we killed them, Glint had taken that horn because Bal wanted it. So they, and I'm not quite sure, how did they know that? TBD. We're not quite sure how they found out that Glint is the one that took that horn. But no, they did. So that's fun. Bram recognizes them, and Bram, being Bram, wants to at least give them a chance. So he calls out to them like, hey, this doesn't have to end badly for any of us. You can surrender. Like, we don't have to fight about anything. We can work something out. We don't have to fight. But of course, at the same time, pulling his sword and readying an attack in case they charge at him. T-Garn basically does the same. He moves up toward the doorway and readies an action in case they come charging in. Glint's guilt was written on their face, but also mind reading. Oh, okay, that actually does explain it quite well, thank you. Because I had been wondering about that, because Glint didn't take the horn until after they were both dead. So I wasn't sure if they, like, had surveillance, or if somebody else had told them later, or if we were just gonna kind of... Okay, that makes sense. Perfect. But yes, that is true. Glint was kind of going oopsie the whole time, wasn't she? So Bram gives his offer of surrender. The tiefling, we kind of hear going, shit, 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 shit. And then she casts darkness. So this sphere of darkness descends around the entire party. So we all kind of go, oh crap. Glint is able to, with her new interesting abilities, She has a new ability that lets her kind of connect her mind to another willing creature, and she can then use their senses as her own. So, like, see through their eyes, hear through their ears, all that kind of jazz. So when the darkness falls, she kind of almost instinctively, because remember, she just acquired these abilities, like, not 5 minutes before, she kind of instinctively reaches out and connects her mind to Mint. And Mint, being a small gelatinous ice cube, has blind sight. So she's able to use Mint's blind sight to kind of see what's going on, which is ingenious and super useful. I love it. So she does that, and at the same time, Landon... So Lash makes the decision to move backwards and kind of scoots backwards down the western side hallway to get out of the sphere of darkness. So he backs his way out of the sphere of darkness and kind of looks around and sees that there's another corridor leading back north again, and kind of wonders, like, hey, I wonder if this goes up and then connects into this same room. So he starts going up that way to try to see if maybe there's another door or like a back entrance to that room. Landon makes the opposite decision and decides that, okay, he remembers kind of where the door is. He's gonna try to... Yeah, some number of allies have tried to go through the doorway. Charging in is how you wind up with a friend kebab. Yes, it makes perfect sense why Lash would back up and try to go around. Landon makes the opposite decision and decides to try to go forward because he remembers where the door is, more or less. Bye. Will you be back again? So Landon makes his way forward, manages to kind of maneuver around Teak Garn and get into the room, and keeps still in a square of darkness, so keeps moving forward, steps right out of the darkness, and finds himself face to face with this human barbarian named Curly. And unfortunately for Landon and for everybody else, Landon doesn't want to be in the darkness near a rogue of extreme stabbing. That's also a good point, and also very fair, especially since she has stabbed Landon before. She stabbed Landon very badly the first time that we met her. So he steps out of the darkness and directly face to face with this human, come to find out, fighter / barbarian / eldritch knight, with a giant maul. Yeah, fighter barbarian, heavy on the fighter. And also, unfortunately for Landon, it is Curly's turn very soon. And so he winds up and just takes 4 gigantic whacks at Landon with this maul. I believe all 4 connect, because rage. And Landon just goes down. Like, just immediate thud of body hitting the floor. Well, so first, really landed all those hits. Yes, and one was a crit. And Glint, Glint being in the darkness, had cast Fairy Fire. Because she's concerned about the rogue maybe using hide or something to that effect, so she wants to try to light the enemies up using Fairy Fire. And unfortunately also catches Landon in that square, and Landon also failed the save. So Curly did as well, to be clear. So Curly is also lit up with Fairy Fire, but so is Landon. So that means that Curly got advantage on all of his attacks against Landon, which, yes, one of which was a crit. So Landon gets hit with 4 whacks of a maul and just collapses face down. Bram is also able to maneuver around Teetgarn to get into the room, and is able to bring Landon back up, luckily, using some lay on hoof. There's a brief divergence into Step on Me Daddy Bram, for, no reason whatsoever. It's fine. So I've always pictured it that when he's using his hooves, he's keeping his hoof flat on the ground and just kind of sliding it over to nudge against the person. Everybody else seems to be picturing him just like stepping on the person with a hoof, which Bram would not do. I don't think. He's too conscious of that could go very wrong. I do not want to squish my friends. I simply want to be able to touch them, to be able to use lay on hoof. Yeah, so field goal kick of healing. Something along those lines. Curly got reckless attack on every attack. Yeah, basically. Trying to remember the exact sequencing. So Lash, going down the corridor to the side, finds that, why yes, there is actually a second door that connects back into the backside of this room. And, oh look, there's a tiefling coming out of it, trying to circle around and sneak up on us from behind. Well then. Luckily Lash ruined that plan. Which the tiefling isn't super happy about. Also, on his first turn, Phalar is able to dispel the darkness. So that, luckily, becomes much less of a problem. Lay on hoof. Step on me is in the name, I guess. If you want to be technical about it. So the darkness gets dispelled. Yeah, the tiefling got unlucky because Lash just got sight on them on round 1. They were not expecting someone to be there that soon. That's, yes, very true. So with the darkness dispelled, the tiefling decides to try something different and casts Bane. Casts Bane on Lash and Bram and Landon. Luckily, Bram and Landon both make their saves, but Lash does not. So Lash has a bit of essentially a negative modifier to rolls. For those that don't know how Bane works, which I did not. It's essentially the opposite of Bless, where it means while they're under that condition, they have to also roll a d4 and subtract that d4 from all of their d20 rolls. So that wasn't great, but it's fine. Really trying to remember the exact sequencing here, because I started zoning out a little bit as well. So Curly, Teetgarn, and Bram both managed to get in some hits, but being a barbarian, or having some levels in barbarian. We keep calling him a barbarian and he's not, but he does have some levels in barbarian, which means that he is resistant to all of our physical damage. So like Teetgarn keeps whapping him with the chain weapon, and it just keeps getting like resisted. Bram smacks him a couple times with the sword, and it just keeps getting resisted. The tiefling kind of gets backed up because she had gone out the door and run nose first into Lash. She kind of backs up back into the room. Landon had gotten attacked by Curly once again and sort of shoved backwards, and fell unconscious for the second time of the fight. Just kind of flat on his back. And so Glint had gone Newming into the room. Well, not even Newming. So Glint had teleported into the room. She now has a really cool class feature. I forget exactly what it's called. But it basically allows her to use Misty Step as a reaction up to 4 times a day. She can either use it to get into trouble or get out of trouble. And when she uses it, she can also apply like an extra effect to it. So she basically Misty Steps into the room, lands next to Landon, and then is able to grant Landon a couple temporary hit points. I believe it's 1d10 hit points. Glint rolled a 2, so she was able to give Landon 2 temporary hit points. Oh yes, that's right. Landon had actually yanked Snide back into the room, the tiefling. The tiefling's name is Snide, which is a great name for a rogue. I love it. That's right. He had used telekinesis to pull her. So she gets pulled back into the room. She sees Glint and recognizes Glint as, oh, you're the one that took the horn. I missed what she tried to cast on Glint, though. Or what she did cast on Glint. I don't remember. Because she was immediately just like, you. And tried to do a thing. Well, did do a thing. But I forget exactly what it was. Oh, she threw a dagger. Right. Okay, yes. So she threw a dagger, which connected with Glint. Glint went owie and tried to use Hellish Rebuke, which did hit, but being a tiefling, yeah, oh, that's right. That's why it did so much damage. She did get sneak attack because Glint was right next to Curly. That's right. I was trying to remember why it did so much damage. You're right. Glint retaliated with Hellish Rebuke, but of course, being a tiefling, Snide resisted the Hellish Rebuke. So it did, like, a little damage, but not nearly as much as Glint would have wanted. Seeing that the tiefling recognized her, and that by extension, Curly now recognized her, or at least Curly knew, hey, my girlfriend is attacking this person. Glint quite rightly goes, screw this, I'm out of here, and Misty steps her way back outside of the room. However, having seen that the tiefling, like, focused on her, Curly now also decided to focus on her and went charging after her and got in a couple whacks. Yeah, the good old fuck this shit, I'm out. Yes, exactly. Meanwhile, Bram, having seen Curly run by after Glint, but knowing that Teetgarn was right there, and Landon was right there as well, Bram actually made the decision to turn and head toward the tiefling, who was still being sort of harried from behind by Lash. And so Bram was able to finally take her out with a couple sword stabs. Then, you know, turned around to head back toward where Curly was. Phalar was finally able to get the kill on Curly just after that with a well-placed firebolt, which he is not resisted to. So he also went down. Yeah. He probably could have gone down slightly beforehand. But yeah, it's all good. We managed to take them both out. Glint and Landon are both fairly banged up, but I don't... Glint and Landon are fairly banged up. Lash is a little banged up. I don't know that any of the rest of us actually took damage. I know Bram didn't. Phalar and Gundred stayed pretty far back out of the fighting the whole time. So overall, that went a lot better than we could have. Especially considering it was only the two of them in the room. There were no additional enemies, like Bram had initially been afraid there might be. And also, interesting point that I have failed to mention up until now, in the center of this room is another one of the braziers. So we have found brazier number 4. We have not yet had a chance to examine it or light it. We're going to do that first thing at the start of next session. But we have found it. Yeah. Some issues with the DM juggling too much information. Yeah, so because Curly had been in a rage, he shouldn't have been able to cast spells. But not Bram, blah. Randus had him cast shield a couple times during the fight, and none of the rest of us caught it because we just figured, oh, he's multi-classed, he's probably got something else that allows him to do that. But no, he shouldn't have been able to do that. So in compensation, Randus gave Bram and Teetgarn both a single level 1 spell slot back, to account for the fact that Curly was resisting some damage that he probably should have taken at a couple points. But yeah, it happens. That's why it's a game. That's why D&D is for fun. Mistakes happen, and you roll with them. It's all good. Yeah, I didn't even catch it. I just assumed he had like an item or something. Maybe they gave him the ability to do that. But yeah, it's all good. So we're debating whether or not to take another short rest. I'm not exactly sure where we came down on that. And we will light the brazier and then continue exploring next session. So yeah, this session was pretty much all combat. And a little bit of exploration, a little bit of Glint getting poked by their patron, a little bit of Scooby-Doo, you know, typical D&D. Making an item like that is way too risky if the players got a hold of it. Yeah, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Seems like it'd be fun, Randus. Ooh, and we have a board game arena redemption. Excellent. Good timing. I will do that here once I finish this seam. But yeah, it was a good session. This combat, at least to me, felt like the perfect level of, like, challenging and... like, oh no, what do we do? How do we handle this? What do we do next? Without being like, oh god, we're all gonna die. Oh, right, yes. Okay, so we haven't like fully looted the bodies yet. I presume we'll probably also get to that at the beginning of next session. But right away, Teetgarn noticed that the Curly was wearing a ring on a leather cord around his neck. And Teetgarn, who I will remind everyone is from Ravnica, he's out of place. It's fine. He recognized the ring right away as being an Izzet ring. And so he snatches it and is like, what the hell is this doing here? Krenko had one of these, which, me being a Magic player, I immediately start sweating. And Teetgarn is like, okay, you know, this, I don't know how this got here. I don't know why this guy has this. Yeah, it's a ring made of material that's literally not of this world. So Teagarn takes it and he goes to slide it onto his hand or onto one of his fingers for safekeeping. And as soon as it's on his finger, it like tightens down and like digs in, and he can't get it to move. Like he can't take it off. He can't do anything with it. Teagarn kind of shrugs this off. Is just kind of like, I'll take care of that when I get home. So that's a thing. Thank you for the reminder of that, Randus. Because, yeah, I feel like that's going to be interesting. Why would you put on a potentially cursed ring? I know, that was my thought too. But my guess is that the answer is because Boros? Like, literally, Teagarn just kind of shrugs it off and just goes, yeah, I'll make the investigators take care of this later. Like, what? Teagarn has not yet interacted with cursed items. That's true. But yeah, so that's a thing that may or may not become relevant. And also the fact that Teagarn name dropped Cranko and made a mention of like, oh, well, I'll just make somebody else take care of this ring when I get back with that goblin. Which makes me think that Cranko may also potentially be in Faerun, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, love that. Oh, fair, and the player knows what it is. Yeah, that's fair enough. That makes sense. But yeah, so that was our session. Next time we will get on to properly looting the bodies and lighting that brazier, and then continuing on this adventure. I am going to take a brief break. Everybody get up, stretch your legs, cycle your fluids, refill your drinks, and I'll come back in a couple minutes with some board games. So yeah, everybody stretch, but stay tuned. All right. I want that. I want it to be on Board Game Arena. There we go. Excellent. All right. This looks pretty. Anything that's like brightly colored with a pretty art style is likely to attempt to draw me in. I should make some boards this afternoon. Okay. Bunnies. I think I want wood. Yes, I got carrots for every wood. Let's do wood. Ooh, select a parchment from Kite to copy. Ooh, okay. Carrots for each mountain I control, which is 2. Might just be 2. Looks like it's just 2. Okay. Fish, which is 0. Carrot, which is 3. Fish, carrot. 4 carrots for each fief you control with at least 3 territories. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's not a bad idea. Oh, wood though. Okay, so 4 times 4, that would give me 16. So let's go with that. Oh, it shows. Okay. Right, it shows in the top corner how many points you would get from each one. Duh. So yes, clearly this one. Thank you. I can do math. I'm observant. There has been an error at the server end. That's exciting. Okay, excellent. Next. I guess we'll go with the salmon nigiri. Okay. Oh, I really need to surround some of these goblins, hey? So I'll score points for every forest at the edge of the map, but I really need to surround some of these goblins, so let's do that. Yes, I am also eating at the same time, so apologies for any strange noises. But yes, if any of you need to also grab food, please go grab food. Yeah, let's go with the 62 here. Let's do the 39 because it'll probably end up in one of these two. additional discard here. Okay. 2, possibly 3. Let's go with 2. All right. All right. All right. This is fine. This is fine. This will work perfectly. Okay, I'm red. I want to get along here. I want to get along here. So I could use more red, possibly yellow. For now, I guess let's do... Actually, let's do this. Sure, that'll totally work. Ooh, a square. Sure. All right, let's do this and cushion. Gosh, I want both of these. Let's do this one first. I don't know that we're actually going to finish this game, but we've gotten closer than I thought we were going to. I would definitely be down to play this again now that I know what I'm doing. Let's do that. Guess let's go with this. More Mars. Let's see. Sure, why not? Okay. Not terrible. And that. Yes. Right. So I don't think this one matters at all for either of these scoring. So ooh, cribbage. I like that. I'll take that pair, thank you. Koi koi. I guess let's take the irises here. Yes, play that. Unfortunately. Let's activate that to make this a wild card. Refresh the screen. Let's do that. Pink. We do like pink. Put that there. Okay. right, there we go. We are caught up. Thank you very much, friends, as always. There we go. All right. All right. Thank you, as always, for the games, friends. Now then. Rearrange this from baby time. Where was that? There it is. But also, yes, reminder for anyone that needs to go get food, please get food. Please take care of yourselves, friends. So I did mention during the D&D recap that the first time Kara used her new Misty Step ability, or Refreshing Step ability, she managed to roll a 2 on a D10 to give Landon 2 temporary hit points. What I forgot to mention was that when she did it again, to try to get away. She used Refreshing Step again to give herself some temporary hit points. And rolled a 1 on a d10. And gave herself 1 temporary hit point. Which, considering she got taken down to 6 HP on the next round, could have made the difference. It's almost like Bale may not have Glint's best interests in mind at all times. No, I think it's more just that the dice did not like her yesterday. Unless you are positing that Bal is the reason for the low dice rolls. I mean, okay, fair. I wouldn't put that past a patron. I mean, according to Bale, Bob from accounting is the one that taught her how to teach Glint to teleport, so... I'm very amused by the idea that from Bale's point of view, Glint is just her pet cat. Belle just being like, "Aw, look at my little Glinty going on adventures." Oh, now I feel bad for Belle. All I can say is that Glint and Bale view the contract very differently. Granted, Glint still doesn't realize she's like 10 times the size of her patron. It's true. Like to think of it as Belle saw The Wizard of Oz one too many times and came away taking the wrong notes. Amazing. Sounds right, yeah. I've always pictured that scene from the beginning of Mulan when Mushu first awakens and he's casting a shadow on the rock wall. And Glint just hasn't walked around the rock to realize what's casting the shadow yet. Now you're picturing the cast of The Wizard of Oz as a D&D party. The human girl rogue, the Leonin, the Warforged, and the not sure what the Scarecrow would be. Is there like a dryad equivalent race in D&D? Like, are there plant people? Scarecrow bard, I could see that. Warforged is definitely a fighter on account of the axe. I'm gonna argue that the Cowardly Lion might be a sorcerer. Or possibly a cleric. Depending on how much praying he's doing. Dorothy a rogue, or is Dorothy a ranger and Toto is her companion? Or is Toto also a PC? She's an opportunistic thief. That is true. Maybe she's got levels of rogue and ranger. Like, she started as a ranger, but the DM was like, no, 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 no. If you're gonna keep lifting everything that's not nailed down, you have to take levels in rogue. Toto is a fine familiar from an arcane trickster rogue. Okay, yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Ooh, are we including Wicked, the book, or Wizard, the adaptation lore in this conversation? I mean, we could for sure. What you got for us, Kitty? For the Scarecrow, the closest we have to plant people are Warforged or Earth Genasi. Genasi? The elemental people. Genasi. I could see that being the case. Or is he a human druid with like under a really fucked up curse? Where he like tried to transform into something and just completely botched it. His heart is missing. No, the Scarecrow's missing the brain. But still valid point. maybe because his brain is missing, he wasn't smart enough to realize, oh, I shouldn't cast this spell like this. And bam, Scarecrow. Well, thank you. I'm very much enjoying doing it. I've been working on it for the entire year. I started it January 1st. I've been doing one hexagon every day. And yeah, I'm very pleased with it. It is deliberately chaotic and scrappy. It's using scraps from all of my other projects. And I'm loving it. So thank you. So this one specifically, because I've been doing one hexagon every day, I'm actually going to finish it December 31st. I think I'm going to turn it into a wall hanging because it'll be exactly 365. It'll be about the size of a lap quilt. So I could use it as like a lap blanket. But I think I'm going to turn it into a wall hanging just because this is the first year that I've done a hexagon every day. I am gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna start a new one next year. But I think for this first year, I'm just gonna finish it as it is, as sort of a showcase. Been a while since you read Wicked, but your take is the Scarecrow is a reborn human artificer. Ooh, interesting. I have actually never read the book. I should. I just have never gotten around to it. As for classes, you see the Scarecrow as a wizard who dumped int. The Cowardly Lion is a fighter / barbarian / paladin who dumped strength. And the Tin Man is a ranger that dumped wisdom and dex. I could definitely see those. That sure would be a heck of a party. How quickly would the DM be tearing their hair out? Also, thank you for the follow with no ears. Much appreciated. Like Randus, you're an experienced DM. If you were DMing this party, how quickly would you be ready to flip a table? Immediately. Excellent. Perfect. No notes. Like, there's a reason I have a character that has been sitting in the back of my head for literally years. And there's a reason she's not my backup character for Bram, and it's because if I put her into this party, she and Glint would just immediately cause the maximum amount of chaos, and I do not want to do that to you. They would need help tying their shoes. It's true. Although luckily half of them don't wear shoes. And Dorothy's got those cool slip-on slippers, so... that follows what happens in Wizard of Oz, to be honest. It's true. Like, I think Toto is the smartest member of that party. To be perfectly clear, or to be perfectly honest. Yeah, yeah, that makes perfect sense, Randus. If you dump your main stat in one of your games, you tell you to roll a new PC because that's not fair to the other players. In this case, it would have to be, no, we are doing Wizard of Oz and everyone has signed up with this. Yeah, that makes sense. With Fern, it's very definitely a case of she and Glint are very similar characters as far as like personality goes. And she and Glint, if put in the same party, would either become immediately best friends or mortal enemies, and either way, it would mean bad things for the party ever trying to get anything done ever again. Especially since me bringing in Fern would inevitably mean that Bram is no longer with the party. And I'm not going to do that to you. I would love to be able to play her someday, though. She's such an interesting character type, or character idea, and I've never gotten a chance to play her. She's so full of chaos, though, that I would have to put her into just the right party. Yeah, this is my Kobold Artificer. What makes bombs. She's based very loosely off the idea of a Final Fantasy XIV gobby, but then kind of became her own thing. She's on a quest to find her brother, who got banished. I don't know, Merlin. I would love to, but I do not have the capacity to do that at the moment. it would be fun, but she should meet Tink. It would be great. You're not DMing that game. We are. Well, so a bunch of us are. Where's my command? There we go. Yeah, so Randus is our DM and several of us are in the party, but then a couple other chat members aren't in the party. So after each of our sessions, I do like a recap of what happened for the people that aren't in the party but are interested in the story. And then it usually just kind of devolves into generalized D&D talk. And today, Wizard of Oz theorizing, apparently. The Pathfinder Alchemist class, whose entire core mechanic is throwing grenades. Ooh, that does sound like Fern. Also, good morning, Anime Kitty. How are you this fine day? Oh yeah, and then there's a secondary game also run by Randus that Merlin is in, and a couple other people, but not me and not the rest of us. So yeah, there's a lot of generalized D&D talk that runs around. Oh, thank you, Hopebot. A Goblin Alchemist Gladiator WWE style? That sounds amazing. That sounds excellent. I love being able to play Goblin and Kobold characters. Just pure unrestrained chaos. I've not played Monster of the Week personally, but I've heard it's really good. I've heard it can be a lot of fun. Haven't had a ton of playtime with it, but have enjoyed it. Oh, that's good to know. How far am I on the patchwork quilt? For today, I have this one, and then I have one more to join in, and then I'll be caught up for this week. This quilt will be done December 31st, though. So I guess in January I start actually quilting it. I need to figure out what backing fabric I'm going to use for it. I haven't even thought about that yet. Yeah, Sasha's been in and out a lot this morning. I haven't seen her since I took my break, though. I think she's probably asleep in the windowsill. She was being a bit of a squirrel this morning. Something simple with how many colors the top will have? Yeah. I have... Well, I'm also planning to... I think I'm going to display this as a wall hanging because it's going to be like lap quilt sized. I think I'm actually going to hang it up rather than like have it out for use. So the back won't matter as much. do have a nice big piece of flannel that I might use. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll hit up Boxing Day sales and see if I can get a good deal on something. Yeah, so that's my secret technique. Whenever I make a baby quilt, I usually don't put any batting in baby quilts, but I'll use a flannel for the back. So that way it's thin enough that and light enough that the kid can like cuddle it and drag it around, but still fairly warm and soft. That's like my usual strat. If it's like a full bed quilt though, I'll usually do like a proper batting and backing. Return with nom. Excellent. What kind of nom? What happens when number 366 is in the middle of a side? Then I have a lopsided quilt. I'm kind of hoping that's what happens, actually. Just so I can point to it and be like, yep, this is exactly 366 hexagons. Yeah, exactly. It has character. Which is also part of why I'm going to display it as a wall hanging instead of like having it be a couch throw or something. Chicken things and chips and broccoli. Ooh, yummy. Nom nom nom. This is a reminder for anyone else that should be getting noms. Please feed yourselves. Oh, right. Different kind of chips. I mean, to be fair, to me, that meal sounds perfectly valid with either kind of chips. The water is boiling. I hope you have something to eat a little bit more than boiling water, Randus. That can't be super nutritious. I hope you're planning to put something in the boiling water. you could add some linguine. It's probably better. I can't imagine your stomach would be happy ingesting just some boiling water. Linguine is a good next step. Soup. It is soup weather. At least here. Yep, come on. Oh my god, there's so much cat fur. Sasha, please. Snip the paper out of this one. Hey Barris, resubscribed for the 21st month. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good morning to you too. itchy. There we go. So that is the hexagons for this week added in. So yeah, we're down to the last month. 31 more. Well, 30 more. We did today's. Gosh, it's December already. How? Okay. For the last little bit of stream, I guess let's continue working on the other patchwork quilt I'm working on. The batik one. Roll my dice. It's 3. So 1, 2, 3. This one. And then the eternal conundrum of how to determine the right side on a batik. Answer, you don't, you guess. Pictures of your cross stitch project. Absolutely. Let's see here. Ooh. Oh, that looks really cool. Ooh, I love the colors so far. to be. I was gonna say, that looks like a different link. Or a different progress picture. Ooh, oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. That's gonna look amazing when it's done. I need thread. Thread is what I need. It's nice to have a hand project while watching YouTube videos. Yep. It sure is. My go-to is usually crochet. But yeah, definitely cross stitch as well. Who knew doing one handcraft snowballed into the others? I did. I knew that. I mean, so I learned to crochet in grade 5 because my best friend's grandmother taught us both how. I learned to cross stitch in probably grade 7 or 8. My aunts cross stitch, and I think one of them got me a starter kit for Christmas one year. I've never really done like large cross stitches, but I've done it off and on, and I've known how for a while. And then I've, like, for as long as I can remember, I've wanted to learn how to sew and quilt, because my great-grandmother quilted, and we had a couple of her quilts in the house when I was growing up, and I always thought that they were amazing, and I wanted to know how to do them, or how to make things like that. But of course, by then she had passed away, unfortunately, and there wasn't really anyone else in my family that knew how to quilt or that did quilting. So I always kind of wanted to learn. And then after I graduated university, I was planning to move up here to move in with Kara and start work on my master's degree. but I had to wait for my student visa to come through. So I couldn't get a job because my student visa was going to come through like literally any day, and as soon as it did, I was going to move countries. So I was kind of just like sitting at home twiddling my thumbs for about a month and a half, and I decided, you know what, screw it, I'm going to teach myself how to quilt, and I did. I bought like a couple starter packs of just like cheap fabric from Walmart and taught myself how to quilt from books and YouTube videos. And the moment I knew how to patchwork things, it kind of took over my brain. And here I am. Some 10 years later. 12 years later-ish. I've been quilting for about 12 years. But yeah, one handcraft definitely leads into another for sure. Weirdly enough, I've never really picked up knitting. I've tried. But I don't know, just something about the way knitting works. Like I can't get my hands to cooperate with knitting. And I'm wondering if it's because I learned how to crochet when I was so young, and I've been crocheting for so long that now my hands are just so hardwired into crochet that I don't know, I have a lot of trouble picking up knitting. Nope, come on. I was just gonna say the problem with crochet is that the North America and UK use different terms, which is a pain in the butt. No, it will come in time, but you're nervous of your partner's present not coming before Christmas. Oof. If you've already ordered it by now, I'm sure it'll be here in plenty of time. Unless it's coming from Canada, in which case, good luck. I had not heard that they were firing people. I had heard that they were doing temporary layoffs and emphasizing the temporary. Whether or not that actually means anything is up to interpretation, but I hadn't heard that they were calling it firing. Because that's a bad look. They won't call it firing, but I doubt they'll rehire the people they lay off. Yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, sounds like Kara's home. Kara's home. Everyone hide! Can't let her know we've been sewing without her. Do I ever play surprise hide and seek with Kara? Sometimes. Usually it's more that I tend to be a very quiet person, so sometimes I'll just like walk up behind her, not intentionally sneaking up on her, but she won't realize I'm there, and she'll turn around and jump scare herself. My coworkers at my old place of work used to threaten to put a bell on me because I would just like walk up behind them and they would have no idea I was there. No, come on, thread. What I will do is if we're getting ready for bed or something and Kara goes into the bathroom, I'll like hide under a blanket on the bed, you know, despite the very obvious SJ lump. I'll just curl up under a blanket and be like, nope, I'm not here. You can't see me. Come on, you're a needle. You can do your job. Oh no, I don't mind. Carry on, Randus. No, under the fabric. There we go. Pancake time. Enjoy pancakes. Pancakes. Waffles, pancakes, and French toast ranking go. Ooh. Oh, that's difficult. Yeah, mine probably goes pancake and then French toast and then crepe and then waffle. Not that I dislike waffle, just that I like the others more. Haven't had crepes enough to have a solid opinion. That's fair. I actually really like crepes when I want something that's savory instead of sweet. So like we have a waffle and crepe station at the cafeteria where I work, and usually I'll get like, because you can get crepe with like Nutella or fruit and whipped cream, like you can get it with all the usual sweet breakfast toppings, but I actually really like a ham, egg, and cheese crepe. Savory crepes are excellent. Yeah, French toast is very thick slices of bread. You can use various kinds of bread, but white bread or egg bread is usually the traditional. And you soak it in an egg-based batter, usually with like cinnamon, and then you pan fry it a bit to cook the egg. Ooh, Texas toast, yes. Texas toast is very good for French toast. I usually like a nice thick cut egg bread because I find that that makes the French toast a little bit richer, but that's just me. Texas toast is also excellent. As for toppings, pancakes, I usually either want blueberry pancakes or I want like cinnamon sugar pancakes. French toast, it's bananas, hands down. Bananas and powdered sugar and whipped cream. Sugar and lemon juice in a crepe. Now see, that's my preferred go-to, beaver tail. And I don't know if we even want to get into beaver tails because they're not technically a breakfast thing, they're just an Ontario thing. Making apple pancakes? Ooh. Mixing a bunch of homemade applesauce into the batter? That sounds lovely. How, when you mix applesauce into the batter, how do you keep it from changing the consistency? Like, does it change the cook time or like the burn point or anything at all? Do you need to like adjust the cooking time at all? Huh. I might have to try that at some point because that sounds lovely. I never would have considered applesauce in pancake batter, but that sounds great. When I was a kid, I was super picky about my food, and so my parents used to mix applesauce into my oatmeal in the mornings just to make sure I was getting some fruit, and that was always real tasty. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Heard of people using eggnog for French toast batter? I can see that being fine. You can get non-alcoholic eggnog, especially like pre-packaged in the grocery store. Non-alcoholic eggnog is fairly common. Yeah, eggnog as French toast batter sounds fine, but I'm not a huge eggnog person anyway. Think it would be too thin. I don't know. French toast batter is pretty thin. It's just egg and milk. I think we usually put like a splash of milk in. I'm trying to remember. We used to make French toast fairly often when I was a kid, but I don't remember the exact recipe. Father puts in flavored creamer instead of milk. Ooh. Maybe if it was just a splash. I could see that either going really well or really poorly. I mean, French toast is really sweet. Usually. Koopa.
There is big fluffy snow outside.
Oh my.
Fluffy.
Oh, goodness, so there is.
Fluffy.
That's a lot of snow.
It started on my way home.
Of course it did.
Yes.
Any of you who want snow are welcome to come and get some. It'll probably be here until March. There is at all times an open invitation for anyone that wants it to come and get some snow. Please take it away. Ooh, snow. I will keep my fingers crossed for you. It's expensive to fly to Canada tomorrow. Well, what about just, flying to Canada today? It's expensive to fly to Canada any day. I mean, fair. Take a boat? I mean, that's not an awful idea. If you've got the time for it. A boat? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Kite has been peer pressured into returning to Canada. I mean, I'm pretty sure we started that peer pressuring before you left Canada the first time. Look, we like being able to hang out with our friends, okay? In the same actual physical meat space. Poke me in DMs, Kite. I'm pretty sure a couple of the local colleges just do that. Or at least did that. Because my parents took advantage of it a couple times. One, two, three, four. lived a month in one of the London All Love residences because lease timings didn't add up. I mean, it's probably cheaper than a hotel, like a proper hotel. And if it happens to be during the summer, hey, they're not using that space, might as well make a little money from it. Ooh, rough. Rough and warm. Yeah, much too warm. Especially for, like, habitation space. Having it be that warm outside in small doses is one thing. Having it be that warm inside is totally another. Fahrenheit is about as hot as you can handle it before hating everything. Yeah, that's about right. That's about where I am too, honestly. I don't like being cold, and I do tend to prefer being on the slightly warmer side of things. But yeah, about 80 Fahrenheit / 26, 27 Celsius is about where I start getting uncomfy. That's your line of, if it's above that in the office, you go home. That's fair. So weirdly enough, in the summer, my office actually tends to be cold because my office is right behind our kitchens. So in the summer, they'll crank the AC to keep the guys in the kitchen cool. And the knock-on effect is that my office becomes freezing. Like half the time I'm like wearing cardigans and I have a blanket in my office that usually gets far more use during the summer than it does in the winter. Pancakes in progress. Excellent. Get this one attached and then we'll call it a stream. For having had Sasha on me for the first half of the stream, this has been surprisingly productive. Sasha, ma'am, your fur. Sasha, blessings. I mean, I guess. Not when they get in my eyes. Well, speaking of, ma'am, ahem. What? Are you coming up here or not? Sasha. She's just standing there. Nope, there she goes. Bye. Well, it is 2 o'clock. So I will go ahead and call the stream there before she decides to jump up and trap me again. But yeah, thank you all very, 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 very much for hanging out. Thank you to my followers, my subscribers, anyone chatting, anyone lurking. I just really appreciate it. You guys coming and hanging out with me while I work on stuff. Yeah, I will be back next Sunday with more of this, same time. Are you going to come up here or not? Are you going to say bye? There we go. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to the nice chat. Are you tattling on whatever Kara's doing downstairs? Ah, she is. She's tattling on what Kara was doing downstairs. But yeah, everybody have a good week. Let Sasha bless you on your journeys. And I will see you guys all next week. Let's see. Who shall we... What do you think, Sasha? Chimkins? You do like the Chimkins. They are your favorite thing. Ma'am. Ma'am, that's the camera cord. Uh-huh. Alright. Bye, everyone. Down you go, Sasha.